to the order paper item number 7. I now ask the Secretary to read the 7th order of the day.
Report, introduction and motivation of a report, joint report of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, 57th Plenary Assembly Session held in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, from the 31st May to the 7th of June, 2025.
Thank you so much. Does Honorable Mbango move the report?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Any objection? None. Agreed to. Honorable Mbango, the floor is yours to table the report. Thank you so much. Please go ahead with the motivations of the report.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable members, also for that indulgence. Because I have a meeting with the Minister of Agriculture. She's already in G4. Hence that request to table it to rush for that meeting. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, I, Paul Mbango, rise before this august House to present and motivate the report of the Namibian Parliamentary Delegation to the 57th Plenary Assembly sessions of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, held from the 31st of May to the 7th of June 2025 in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. The Namibian delegation was led by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Sarah Tugungwela Madila, and included members of the Parliament from both houses, and I had the honor of participating in this plenary assembly as a member of the SADC-PF. And I'm pleased to share the key outcomes, insight, and recommendations that emerged from this important regional engagement. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the theme of the 57th Plenary Assembly was harnessing artificial intelligence, AI, for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region, experiences, challenges, as well as opportunities. This theme reflects the growing urgency for Parliament to embrace the digital transformations while safeguarding the democratic values. The 57th Plenary Assembly brought together over 300 delegates from 15 member states, including speakers, MPs, experts, and development partners. The President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emmerson Dabuzo Mnangagwa, officially opened the Assembly and reaffirmed the region's commitment to digital innovation and inclusive governance. Namibia's participation reaffirmed our commitment to regional cooperations, democratic innovations, and responsible AI adoptions. The Speaker of the National Assembly, along with other members, was officially sworn in as a member of the SADC-PF during the 57th Plenary Assembly. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Assembly featured a high-level symposium on AI with contributions from academia, government, and the private sector. Key discussions focused on AI roles in automating legislative drafting, transcriptions and translation, enhancing public engagement and evidence-based policy making, and ethical concerns, data privacy, as well as a digital divide. Namibia presented its national perspective, highlighting the e-parliamentary strategies, the finalizations of the Data Protection Bill, the Cybercrime Bill, and the Draft AI Bill, and its collaborations with UNESCO on AI readiness. So the Parliament also reaffirmed that AI must support and not replace democratic processes. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the 57th Plenary Assembly also reviewed progress on the resolution from the 56th Plenary Assembly held in Livingstone, Zambia, And number one, the signing agreement to amend the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC PF Regional Parliament. Number two, the designations of a focal person for model laws, domestications. Number three, the implementation of phase three of the SRHR HIV and AIDS governance project at National Assembly. The legislative reform on child marriage and gender-based violence, electoral integrity under the Electoral Act number 5 of 2014, the law reforms effort through the Law Reform and Development Commissions. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, based on the deliberations that was made, representing of these two houses, including the Assembly, the Namibian delegation then recommends the following. One, that the Parliament of Namibia establish a national AI councils in collaboration with MICT to coordinate AI rollout. Two, that a pilot study be conducted to test AI tools in legislative drafting, data analysis, as well as public engagement. Three, that Namibia benchmarks Zimbabwe's AI initiatives to inform our own digital transformation. Four, that the SRHR project be realigned across both houses, which is National Assembly and National Council, for integrated implementation. Five, that pre- and post-cluster meetings be convened to ensure unified parliamentary engagement. Six, that Honorable Loini Kashungu and Honorable Paul Mbango be formally sworn in as substantive representative of SADC PF, with Honorable Anguo as observer, but now the term is coming to the end, and that the SADC PF finalize the model law on artificial intelligence to guide harmonized national legislation. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the 57th Plenary Assembly concluded that AI is an inevitable driver of progress, and it called for strategic planning, capacity building, infrastructure development, and inclusive governance to ensure that AI benefits all citizens. The 57th Plenary Assembly adopted a communique summarizing these resolutions, which I encourage members to study in detail. I therefore move for the adoption of the report as tabled, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? I see none. Honorable Mbango, do you wish to react on the silence, which seems to be... Yes, thank you so much. I now put a question that the report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to? Thank you so much. The report stands adopted. Congratulations. Honorable members, we are now going to the initial roster, and I would ask the secretary to read the fifth order of the day.
Reports, introduction and motivation of a report. The report of the National Council delegation to the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC PF, conference of the 55th Plenary Assembly Session in Luanda, Angola, from the 1st to the 7th of July 2024.
Thank you so much. Does Honorable Anguo move the report?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Any second? Objection to that? Agreed to. Honorable Anguo, please table the report. Honorable Anguo, you may go ahead and motivate the report.
Thanks for the chance, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to present the report of the Southern African Development Community 55th Plenary Assembly Session held on the 1st to 7th July 2024 in Luanda, Angola. Honorable members, it is with great enthusiasm that I present the Namibian delegation's report of the 55th Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, the role of the parliaments in promoting renewable energy policies in the SADC region and creating a single regional energy market. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the session brought together leaders united by a common purpose to drive the SADC region toward a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. Our discussions underscored the vital role of parliaments in shaping renewable energy policies, unlocking the immense potential of green technologies for socio-economic growth and championing energy independence. Through collaboration, innovation, and unwavering political will, the plenary session reaffirmed that the transition to renewable energy is not just an environmental imperative, but a path to inclusive development, resiliency, and shared prosperity for all our people. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the National Council delegation to the 55th Plenary Assembly Session consisted of the following members of Parliament: Honorable Paulus Mbango, Honorable John Likando, as you know that currently he is a member of National Assembly, and myself, Olivia Tuenkelao Hanguo. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to briefly highlight the key outcomes and recommendations that emerge from our deliberations, where it's recommended that Namibia should position itself as a regional driver of policy innovation and inclusive development by championing parliamentary transformation and leadership in promoting renewable energy. The Parliament of Namibia is urged to align national laws with regional frameworks to facilitate investment in renewable energy and ensure legal certainty for developers and investors in the sector. The Parliament of Namibia should ensure that its relevant standing committees from both houses prioritize oversight in the area of renewables and regional cooperation mechanisms. This therefore requires that the members and staff are adequately trained on these important but complex issues. The National Council should continue to advocate to take up its 2 seats in the composition of Namibia delegation to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Whilst participation as observers is important, there is a need for more substantive participation. With due respect, the chairperson and leadership of National Council should ensure that the new council is accorded the full and substantive participation and 2 members are sworn in as members of the SADC-PF. Funding to the SADC-PF cluster should therefore ensure that the 2 substantive members will be in a position to attend the committee sessions and plenary assemblies of the SADC-PF. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I would like to share my sincere gratitude to the National Council and all members of the delegation, including accompanying staff, for their valuable contribution to this report, and therefore request the National Council to discuss and adopt this report. I thank you and so submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? I see none. Honorable Ango again, if you so feel to react to the silence.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to thank the host for the adopting this report of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now put a question that the report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. The report stand officially adopted. Congratulations. Honorable members, I shall now ask the secretary to read the 6th order of the day.
Reports, introduction and motivation of a report. Report of the National Council Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Housing on the follow-up on progress made on connectivity of road infrastructure to Zambezi, Kavango West, Ohangwena, Oshikoto, Kunene, Erongo, Ochodon Juba, and Omaheke regions from 18th of August to 5th of September 2025.
Thank you so much. Does Honorable Munai move the report?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. Who seconds? Any objection? Agreed to. Honorable Gunaye, you may table the report. Honorable Munaya, you may go ahead and table the report. I'm not just sure if your light is on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. It is with great commitment and optimism that I raise before you today to address this August House on the state of our nation's road infrastructure. Roads are more than just pathways connecting towns and villages. They are lifelines that empower communities, facilitate trade, bring children to school, and ensure timely access to health services. Over the recent oversight visit to Sabesi, Kavango West, Ohangwena, Kunene, Erongo, Chodonjupa, and Omaheke, where we have witnessed both progress and persistent challenges. Projects like the Imbaraya Island upgrade, that one is Kasika. The contractors, they are busy with culvert of 1.5 meter in order to easy the community to cross over when they are going to Imbaraya, although the whole area is still faced with challenges. And the Hifikepinya Pohamba B2 dual carriageway, and improvement roads in Ochuarongo town, and the extension of road between Karipep and Usakos demonstrate what can be achieved when vision meets action. These accomplishments remind us that progress is possible when we collaborate, plan strategically, and commit resources effectively. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, yet we must not ignore the challenges. Too many rural roads remain impassable, particularly during the rain season. Communities are isolated, and access to schools, clinics, and markets is often fraught with danger. Narrow, poorly maintained roads have led to tragic accidents. Critical projects such as the Kobabes-Talismanes Road continue to experience delays, slowing socio-economic development. Today, we call upon every stakeholders, government, ministries, road authority officials, regional council, contractors, and community members to embrace shared responsibility. Let us prioritize safety, expedite project completion, and strengthen regional collaboration. During our visit, we have experienced in one of two regions. Like the region, they have prioritized the roads, and especially in Kavango West. But the head office, whoever somewhere there, they come up with their own priorities, which is right with regional priorities, and that one delay the development and execution of project. That's why we said we need that collaboration. Let us ensure that every Namibian, regardless of where they live, can access essential services safely and efficiently. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we have a unique opportunity to shape the future by upgrading gravel roads to bitumen or low volume seal standards, establishing regional oversight offices, and empowering communities to participate in maintenance initiatives. We can transform the mobility landscape of our nation. We can create roads not only durable but symbol of progress, hope, and inclusivity. Let this be our pledge that no Namibian shall be left stranded because of poor connectivity, that every road we build, upgrade, and maintain will bring us closer to a nation that strives together, leaving no region behind. Together we can and we will achieve sustainable, equitable, and resilient road infrastructure for Namibia. Let us rise to this challenge with determination, vision, and unwavering commitment. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, in conclusion, while the government has made progress in upgrading selected road sections, most rural areas still experience poor connectivity, limited access to services, and safety risk. As we are talking now, we are expecting rainfall. And if you have to look to one of the roads, RDR 3703, that one is a road from Opuo to Etanga. Since we have received a good rain this year, that road was washed away. Now we are expecting the rain again. We don't know how will those people will reach services that meant for them in Opuo. Therefore, that's why we said we don't want people to be cut off just because of connectivity to the service that they need to be given to them. Strengthen collaboration between national and regional authorities, accelerate project implementation, and sustainable maintenance strategies are crucial for equitable road development and socio-economic growth in Namibia. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngunaye, for that report and the motivation thereof. You may take your seat. I now ask for further discussions and contributions. It's a report that talks about roads our regions. So I believe about everyone has got an interest in that report. Honorable Amjindi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member. I would like to thank the committee, the Senate committees, for tabling a very well crafted reports that outlines what the government has done and also what is expected to be done. And also I would like to appreciate the Minister of Works Transport and the Namibian government for Namibia to be rated one of the countries in Africa with good roads. We appreciate that, though we have got a long way to go. My contribution, Honorable Chairperson, I would also to thank the Minister of Works and Transport for availing resources to construct or to improve the road 3605, the road from Oruno to Kushona, for upgrading it from gravel road to low volume seal, which is about the contract. It was supposed to cover 15 kilometers, but because of financial constraint, now they only able to cover 12. There are 3 kilometers that need to be funded so that it can reach where it's supposed to go. And because they did not reach, the road did not reach where it's supposed to be, now it has brought the outcry from the headmans, the traditional authority, and the community member, because now the intended purpose of reaching to the growth point where there is hospital office, there is a clinic, there is schools, the road is not reaching there. But this is because of the budget constraint. Therefore, we appeal to the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Road Authority and the Road Administration Fund to work together and to avail funds so that they can able to fund that 3 kilometers to cover the whole 15 kilometers. So that also it will reach the intended purpose. Because to have a road constructed but it's just stop in the middle, it's not good in the eyes of the community members. And again, I want also to appreciate the Minister of Works and Transport for also availing funds to give a contractor for one of our road, where community members, they are always crying, but now their answer has been responded. To construct a road, to change a road from the gravel road to low volume seal. That district road is 3607. That's going to the office of the Honorable Shakatis, going to Ompuja and to Ekango Jambabarat. So we really appreciate that. Very soon, the groundbreaking will be done, will be commenced. This is one of the achievements. And we appeal that in Oshana, again, there is one of the critical roads that's connecting clinics, secondary school, 2 police officers, which is at Heke, Dangwa Rural, and the police at Yonakamand, and the surrounding schools in that area. That road, each and every year during the rain season, its community member, they are always cut off. Therefore, we again appeal to the government, to the Minister of Works and Transport, to make sure that fund is availed so that we can able to improve this road, to upgrade this road from the gravel road to the low volume seal. Because each and every year, the government have to rehabilitate this road. It costs a lot of millions. But once we change it to become a low volume seal or into bitumen, then we solve the problem for us. And community members, schools, police officers, they can be able to reach to that class police station. It's one of the eminent roads that need to be constructed. And the one thing again, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, we have one constituency in Oshana that is not connected to the main road. That is Uvudia constituency. And the road has been proclaimed long time, maybe about 10 years ago, but still it's not constructed. That district road is, the number of the district road is 3678. We want again the Minister of Work and Transport to avail funds to make sure that that road is constructed so that the community member, the customs office of Uvdia, could be able to be connected to the main road. Because during the rain season, the government is spending a lot of money to make sure that the community member, the resident of Uvdia, for them to access services in Oshakati, either in the hospital, they have to use helicopter to lift people from there. Therefore, for us to save money is only when we construct a gravel road for now to reach Uvudia, so that we can able to make sure that all the government institutions are connected to the main road to make access for citizens to reach essential services. With this comment, I really appreciate the committees for going around the country to assess the condition of the road. And this report, once it's going to be implemented, we make sure that Namibia will be a safer country when it comes to the road accident, when all the roads have been improved. I so submit.
Thank you so much. Honorable Jobs, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, thank you again. I would like to thank the committee for this comprehensive report on our national roads. Roads are connecting point A to point B. So if we, and to that fact that Namibia is also prized having good road network, is that at some areas we need more improvement so that we can get, if not 150%, to be priced on our good road network. I normally said I would like to talk about something that I know very well. So I want to talk about Kunene region, and to mention to those who were never in Kunene region. Before independence, the road between Korigas Ocho 131 kilometers has been upgraded to Budamin standard, coming up to Ocho 155 kilometers, and after independence, Obu Omakange coming up, road has been upgraded to Budamin standard. But to mention about the total kilometer road surfaced within the region is 4,449 kilometers, whereby only 537 kilometers are bitumen roads, leaving 3,912 kilometers as gravel roads. Thanks to the Namibian government for the upgrading, which is ongoing from May this year, from coming up to Korigas crossing. And that road project is also having a lot of issues within that will surface soon. But the road from Korigas crossing to Uis, the 150 kilometers to Uisti Junction, it's very bad, very bad. The tourists that is every day in Namibia who are renting vehicles from car rentals sometimes also don't want to travel on. It's not their vehicles, those ones. It's rented vehicles, but they don't want to travel on those roads within Kunene region because they are very bad. The roads are very bad. So I tried also to communicate with the minister, at least to consider, because the upgrading from coming up to Korigas crossing will be finished within 2027. So only 2028, the consideration will be done to do the stretch from Korigas crossing to Uis T Junction, which is 150 kilometers. But I am appealing to the minister to consider regraveling for the time being that stretch, the 150 kilometers between Korigas Crossing to Uis T Junction. Because now currently using some funds to contract companies for blading on that road will even not work because it's only rocks within the whole road surface. The road has been washed away with the latest rain, so one has to appeal to the minister to make use of those monies that the ministry is appointing companies for blading to consider regraveling that part. Moving to the other part that was also within the report about the road between Omaruru, Karibep, Usakos up to Walvis Bay, is that we have got a problem with Zambian trucks. Every day, more than 5 trucks are going either to the coast or coming down from the coast to Zambia. And it's those trucks that is damaging our roads within that stretch. Either they are coming in from Oshikango border post, or either they are coming in from the other side. I don't know which side, but you can see them on that stretch with towards the coast. The advice maybe or suggestion might be to start in the future thinking about the toll gates and also charging steeper funds on the foreign trucks, because they are also the ones causing accidents, because 4 trucks are traveling without giving space in between, and you hardly has got space to overtake even. So maybe also look into the road inspectors must also look into that these guys must give space, because 3 trucks are driving without giving space in between, and that's the reason why sometimes there are head-on collisions whenever somebody is overtaking, because you cannot drive 40, 30 kilometers the whole 100 kilometers until you reach the coast. So I submit, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Honorable Chikulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Mine is very brief. I just want to, if you are talking about infrastructure, each and everybody want to, in his region or his constituents, to do something. But what I want to mention here is, as a representative from Omsati region, I want to join Honorable Amjindi, that in Omsati region we have Ogongo constituency. That constituency, there's nothing. Maybe I want, now appealing to the committee next time, maybe they can also put this constituency in their program so that they can see, because there's nothing. Once during the rain season, that constituency, that the office just closed. So it's worrisome, and we have many roads in Omsati, but maybe I can mention that one for the sake of the time. And we know that we have prioritized our roads, but maybe I can mention that one. And we have also maybe between Okahao and Indirangadi, there's a hospital, the laboratory for the expected mothers. But now, the gravel road, there's only 10 kilometers. That one also needs to be upgraded. So I'm just appeal for the committee to put that one in their program in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I I now open a floor to Honorable Nambodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Let me also approach the committee for avail their time to oversight to our regions. I took a point where the committee stated that road authority prioritize roads that are not aligned with the regional identification priorities. That statement is true. The fact is here, in the Oshikoto Okankoro constituency, there is a road excavated long back 2001. It's approximately having 70 kilometers from Okankoro Health Center via Mfumbura to Omboto. Omboto is where the Harere Jatingana constituency, where there is an office situated. Some of the committee, I took them to that Omboto, Nehari Jatingana constituency, where there is no roads at all. In that constituency, it's far in a remote area. Community are hardly to go there due to the roads. Honorable Isaac, Honorable Abraham, they can testify that what I'm saying. As I indicated, that road is excavated by the government long back 2002 between Okankoro Center to via Mfumbura to Omboto. And it can be nearby to Congo roads in Yohangwena. In between there is more than 10 schools. And now the constituents have a challenge of teachers. Those teachers who are sometimes applied to those schools, they used to stay only a few months, then they go back due to the hardship of the roads. To make it that effect, I want to read these schools' names so that it will be maybe appear in recording. There is Omiantarara, it's a combined. Most of them, they are combined school. Linear Nampar is a combined. Omtuda is a primary. Oshirime is a primary. Okandonga is a combined. Omahia primary. Oimbada combined. Engodi is a primary. And Ohahati. Those are the schools which I feel that if that roads appear to be in maybe it is be constructed, our teachers and trainers in the community, they can be easier or access to the facility like the constituency office. That roads, it was in MTF. And currently now, if you look on MTF, you cannot see it. It's disappeared. I report that thing to Minister Mtoba that time. I took him there, but up to now, nothing has been happened. I therefore concur with that the statement that the road authority is not work hand on that works with the regional priority. I so submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Karondo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So I've been following the report, and should also indicate that I happened to be in one of their meetings as well. Listen to queries that fellow members have submitted. I think much have been said. Yeah, the connectivity of places as well as people for social benefit, I think, is quite important. And without road infrastructures, I think that cannot happen. Access to different public services, I think is key. But where I wanted to come at is that the committee would have given us the disparities, regions that have few road infrastructures. That is what I wanted to see in the report. But I think there are regions that are really better off. There are regions that are really at like at the beginning of the developments. Kavango West is one. And you have seen, I think we gave you one road to take. I do not know what is your recommendation on that one. And this is what we wanted to hear here, that you even take it as such, make your recommendation, present it, be it to road authority or to the minister in that way, but at least where we have huge disparities, I think we should try to level the playfield. Maybe one more important thing is that you see, even if we have to say government has put moratorium on cars that has been lifted, if we don't have proper roads, I think these cars might not last. We have this experience in our committee, especially on ambulances. We can buy ambulances, we can equip them, but if we don't have proper road infrastructures, these equipments that are put there falls apart. So therefore, maybe one thing that we have to consider also is that as a committee, maybe we should make a recommendation to say when a public, be it office or clinic or infrastructure is made, the road should also follow. Otherwise, officials that have to access or to give service there can hardly reach there. I think that is what I wanted to see if it could also be included in your recommendation. Having said that, Honorable Chairs, I really appreciate the report, and I think they did a fair job, and I don't think that we will hesitate to take it on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm still seeing a number of hands. Honorable Lukaezi, then thereafter Honorable Katura, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, a lot have been said on the road. I also welcome the report as it is, and with few additional. One is, because I was out a little bit, is on the recommendation. As Honorable Hans Nambodi have said, we have roads which is on MTF, and then you'll find that is for this current year, but nothing is happening, and we believe it's not going to be done. Last financial year, it was on, and this year it's still on, but we don't know what's going on. So if you could see in Zambezi capital project, you'll see a road from Sibinda to Makanga in Linyanti constituency. This feeder road is very crucial, because by now the people from Linyanti who are at Makanga next to Sibinda, they are getting service in Sibinda constituency. They cannot come to Sibinda straight. They have to drive through Kongola and come back, because the road which they was made by the community is always flooded when it's raining. And when it's not raining, it's sandy. So therefore, this road was a priority. Last year, it have a budget, it's 4 kilometers, it have a budget of, last MTF, it have a budget of 10 million. Now, I saw it again on our capital project, it's 13 million, but nothing is happening. Even the mark showing that now we are going on the budget review, nothing. So We don't know, maybe it will disappear like what the Honorable Hans Nabodi have said. Because after 3 years, 4 years on a budget but not executed, we don't know what might happen, but it's always there. Let's hope it's not going to be cancelled on the MTF because it's a priority to the region. The other one is on the, we thank the ministry for Muyako, which is under construction, and also 2 feeder roads, 2 kilo each connecting combined schools. They were not totally even a gravel. So there's a construction of Makanga in the Linyanti and the construction of Masida Road at the Masida Combined School. So really we appreciate. And the most, like they have said that in Omsati there is a constituency without a road. For us, we have a constituency struggling also, the Kabe South. A lot of us have visited the Kabe South, either through Botswana in transit or inland. Therefore, if you look on the distance to Kabe, to Imparila and other schools, it's near, but because of the road, which is, it's just there's no road, I could say it's just a way leading, because you can get lost. They will just tell you here, 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 and you will see where they are. So we are aware. So Kabe South is crucial, and I know you are aware, you have mentioned it. And now coming to our road, which is always, I don't forget it, the road for Sibinda to Linyanti. From Sibinda constituency office to Linyanti constituency office. This road was a priority before, and we were not thinking that we will reach this time before the start of this road. But development has been there, because when we were coming, I saw they are putting some, maybe it's a counting of vehicle, that machine which count on the road. So they have placed it this year. And I hope with that one, if they will follow it, they will see to it that this road is the most used road, if that's what they want. Because always we are saying this road is used, but now we saw instead of go and start the construction, they put a machine to count the vehicle. And it's a good move, because I know the road is the busiest, because it connects 3 constituencies. So therefore, with that counting, there is no road which is going to defeat that road, because I believe the road is very useful. But when it comes to rain season, people are not using it. Therefore, with this view, I welcome the report, but call upon the implementation of the capital project which is there. The committee should look into that. The budget which was budgeted, it needs to be implemented, because this ministry is the one, or this is the one who retained a lot of money. I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Katura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. I want also to join the honorable members who contributed to this report. I want to go specific to Kavango West region in this report. In this report is written and said that the committee received similar reports in 2022 regarding the deplorable state of roads in the region, which means this year, when they went there, similar report, nothing was done as from 2022. And it's a very big problem. Further, they say during the meeting, it was noted that most of the existing access roads are earth tracks that are sandy and only possible with a 4-wheel driver vehicle. The committee therefore emphasized the urgent need to upgrade this road, loose sand tracks to gravel, which means in Kavango West region, there are only sand earth track roads. It's a very big concern. It's why I wanted to emphasize what Honorable Karonda just said. And I wish that the committee should and could mention these access roads. At least I want to see whether they can mention at least 3 to 4 roads because in the master plan of Kavango West, we know these roads, and I want to see whether the committee knows the roads. And if I go back again in the previous point, they said the meeting with the Kavango West Regional Council highlighted a lack of coordination between regional and national leadership on matters related to roads development, which means the regional leadership is not in line with the national leadership. I know the regional leadership, but I want to know the national leadership who are not in line with the regional leadership in terms of road development in our region. And that's critical. And also on that, if I can go ahead, I want also to know whether the committee is aware with the master plan of Kavango West region currently now of the roads which have been emphasized and targeted to be constructed, to be upgraded in our region. On top of that, I want the committee also to respond whether is there any district roads in Kavango West region? Is there any district roads in Kavango region as per the map? And therefore, with this, I believe that once we see the master plan, we really appreciate, in particular, the feeder roads which connect the community with the main road. For me, I can just see the dusty road, which is the Chalikat line, which is not even completed, the 10-kilometer road from Kurenkuru, which has been in struggle to be completed, up to Gaba. And apart from those two, there is nothing going on in Kavango West region. With that, Honorable Chair, I so submit and I thank you.
But thank you so much. The list then end with the Honorable Chabionja.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. There are only two things maybe that I will, as much as really one wanted to say much because we are talking about roads and we are also coming from a region. To be specific, the central region, Chogonjupa, wherever which region you are going, you must go through Chogonjupa. So, but what I only wanted to, as an observation, I don't know whether the committee has also observed that, is that there are committees that are then representing both in regions, which to date is being shared by one chairperson. And that's the same chairperson that is sharing, according to their laws or whatever regulations, throughout the whole country. So this chairperson is then moving to all the other regions, and then somehow I'm finding it awkward and a delay when it comes to service delivery, because that same person must go to Kavango, must go to Kunene. I think at the regional level we have also raised that up. I don't know whether the committee came across such an arrangement and whether you are also in agreement, or maybe you find it also as a difficult one. But also, when I read your recommendation, secondly, there's a recommendation number, to the National Council, number 13. Allows the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, Housing to conduct visit during the raining season to experience rural roads firsthand and better understand the challenges faced by the communities. I don't know now, is this your own recommendation or is it a recommendation coming from the community? So it's just a clarity on that one. With that submission, maybe one thing I also realized that is that, I don't know, Chair, in future how we are going to share some of this. What I have, this is just a general thing, especially when it comes to committees. We end up going to regions, but the most important things sometimes is that when you get to a region, the region does not have some of this information. But then you want to engage these people to an extent that it looks like they are also not participating, but it's just that there's that mishap when it comes to information. Because you come to do oversight or revisit to a region where you were, but sometimes information, whether it's between the officers or all of us are expecting that as long as the information is online, and then the others must pick it up from there. But I find it prudence is that stakeholders need to be given reports, need to be given findings for them to work on, and even maybe to hold each other accountable, depending on what committees we are talking about. With that submission, I want to thank the committee for the job well done.
Yes, thank you so much. And having listened to all the submissions and questions and queries that were made here, I now ask Honorable Ngunaia to reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Before I do that, I want to give this chance to the committee members first to respond where they can so that I can wipe it out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members of that committee, if you may assist in replying to some of the questions, and I am referring to the National Council Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure. Honorable Tebele, I believe you are one of the members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. And let me applaud my Honorable Ngunahe for actually availing this report to the members. I will actually embark with the issue of the road board, the regional road boards. Yes, it is picked up. First of all, that even members, those that are regional councillors, that are on these specific boards, advocate more for their constituencies than looking at the regional prioritization, which also compromise at the end the prioritizing list of those specific regions. So, and that was actually something that was discouraged, so that members can be know that, because some of the boards, as you visit, you find out that the developments on roads are only happening in those constituencies where the members are from. Those are the things that we picked up. It's not what I'm saying. Yeah. So even where my honorable says is not true. Tangible example. There was a Konjatu road to Okahanja. There is a Konjatu road to Okakarara. And there was a fight in the region about those roads. Yeah. That's now for your own information, for you to know. Yeah.
Okay, you may go ahead.
And then, yes, as Honorable Hans has alluded in terms of the issue of the collaboration from the national, regional, in terms of the prioritization of road, because the region come up with their master plan, and this master plan is presented to the national, and national comes with the national master plan. Now, in that national master plan, the road that was prioritized in Omaheke to be number one, for example, might now be ranked 184 in the national master plan. And that's the other element where Now the regional members or the inhabitants or the constituents of those days ask questions. Why is our road now number 800? But that's what? A national master plan, not the regional. So that's how confusions also derive among them. So and then also I heard my honorable cops saying thanks to the Namibian government, which I just wanted actually to remind him that it should reflect actual thanks to the government of the day. The other thing that I want also to bring to the members' attention, it's about the ministry responsible. So they have categories in terms of the road maintenance or road. They have a national, so meaning that their plan is based on national, where they link the country with other different it can be SADC or whatever, but nationally. And then they cascade it also then to the regional, where they link the regions. Now, sometimes you find Honorable Kadangominya, for example, now the road that comes from, let me say, the Trans-Caprivi throughout the country, coming through Oshinene, coming to Hobabes via Aminos, going to Aranos, for example. It's a regional link road. Now, some feels that ask questions, for example, that even if why should the roads not go to specific constituencies which are not led by some members? You understand me? And then the question becomes now, but the road is passing, or the response to that is passing to link the regions. So after that, that's on when the ministry, like now in our regional linkages, we are left with two roads. The one that is still under construction, let me say three, because the Aminos, Artap one is not yet completed, but is about to be completed. But the road from Hendisby to link Kunene and the others. So was the other road, and the only one that is left from apart from those two will be from Hammerstein from the Luderit side to Maltahe to Balfasby. So those are the only one that is. So that means that really it shows that the government of the day has really made progress in terms of that component of the regional linkages and so on. Whereby also now they have embarked with trying to link constituencies in different regions. So why I'm mentioning this is just to bring the picture for people to understand that if the prioritization come, the national part will look at those linkages that, let's first link the region with other region. Let's first from there, let's see whether we can link constituencies before now we can say from this village to this village. And then there was also an Honorable Lukaisi mentioned that there is development in terms of when you see these machines that count vehicles and so on, it gives an indication that something is going on, which is true. But there was also something that was picked up, reference to those machines, especially, is it, where is Nana? Is our Hangwena region? Okay, yeah, okay. There is my neighbor, I understand. So in that they were having problems because in certain areas where these machines are installed in those roads, these roads are not accessible. They are not operational, meaning that it's sandy. Cars cannot pass even there for it to pick up how that road is busy. But once this road can be walked on or be surfaced with whatever, and then they will see the traffic that actually passes there. So now there was a complaint that these things are installed in certain areas where the road actually, even a sedan car cannot even pass there. So those were the other things that we also encountered with this visit. So, and then on the issue of my Honorable Katura in terms of the report of 2022 versus this very report is true. And this report actually, we were just in attempt of checking whether what was recommended during that time, did the government start working on it? So that was the reason why we took this last trip actually to follow the progress of what has been done and so on. So, and that actually brings us even to where we have established that the surveyor in Kavango West were given a road to start doing activities there. And the way how it was proposed by the regional council with the way how it was proposed by RA is two different things, which doesn't now match. But which the regional council of Kavango West decided that no, they will not accept what RA actually now want to happen. So really the issues of the coordination between is it what? Roads Authority, the RA, and then the regional council, in especially across the board, was an issue. So roads tenderings is happening here in Windhoek, and then people will just see the contractor going to different regions and start constructing or picking up people, or even sometimes even in terms of people to be employed as contractors there. The region is not aware of all of those endeavors. So meaning that really it was one area that I think in the recommendation also talks and so on. So lastly, the raining season to the National Council recommendation was from the community where they said, why are you always just coming when the road is dry? You don't see challenges, but you will not never actually be reporting or representing us as it's supposed and so on. So it was something that came from the community. I so move for my Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for that reply. Any other member of that committee? Honorable Abraham, who's also the chairperson of the committee.
Then, first of all, I start by thanking honorable members who is really took a chance to say something on our report. And then my vice made justice to most of the questions. But me, myself, just I want to amplify something. That honorable members, committee when they visited the regions, it's not the committee of transport prioritize the construction of roads in your region. Never. It's impossible. Because each region, it's a tourist master plan where most of procurement road is there and the road needed to procurement or it's in a master list or we call a master plan. And then from there, after our first report on road 2022, one of our recommendations, when we heard that there is overlapping on the construction of roads in the regions, that maybe the region they prioritize road A, but the actual construction started at the road B. We recommend to the ministry and the road authority, each and region to come up with a road priority list per region, so that the region will have what is road number one. If any fund availed for such a specific region, they know that road number A is the one which is going to be constructed. Currently, we're standing here, all 14 regions. Currently now they have such a priority list. They know which road is number one, number two, number three, and the number four. Because of our recommendation for our first report. And then that is the list. And it is the regional council themselves come up with such a priority list. To us, as a committee, just only to recommend to the ministry or either to road authority, but not to prioritize. As I see, many of you say, why you are not recommend the road A to be constructed and whatever. No, it's not within our mandate. Number two, again, honorable members, we know that you were out to see how Namibians, clinics, schools in the rural, how they are connected to the road. Then we will write a recommendation, because we know that when the schools and the clinics and whatever, we say the rural area, when the rural area connected with a better road, it is improve the safety. When you stay in a nana, then you wait those bakkies transport people from the area, one of the areas, the farthest store. No, from Momboto. From Momboto. You can see people loaded like, maybe I don't know how to call it. Maybe a stick or whatever. 100 people in one bakkie. Unroadworthy, maybe, plus minus. Unroadworthy bakkie. Because there's no road. Accident is very high. Safety is not there, and so on. That's why our committee recommends the ministry and the road authority to make sure that the rural schools and clinics, including the community, are connected with a better road. And then, during our oversight visit, again, we get to the point that most of our gravel roads, their lifespan is expired. Completely. Because the gravel roads have only 5 years lifespan. After that, it needs to be re-gravelled or upgraded to the bitumen standard. But most of our roads, Maheke, everywhere, Chozonjupa, everywhere, most of the roads, some we were traveled with the road from Grootfontein to Tsunkwe. And the rain started raining. Instead the water to run there, now where there is a road is a river now. Because the great machine braiding several times until the whole gravel material is worn out. Now the road become a river. In Ikunene, this is the issue. You find a place where they say there was a gravel road here, but now you cannot recognize whether there was a gravel road. Because water is running on where there was a road. Because all the material is braided out and so on. That's why our committee, in our first report, we recommend the government to get rid of gravel road, to construct road to the bitumen standard. It's better, because a lot of money is spent on braiding the road, which is still not helping anything. That is that. And then Honorable Kalonda talk about that some region they are better and other region are not better. Hey, when it comes to the road or connectivity, to us, through speaking, all regions nearly the same, except Kunene using a problem of crossing, because the water, the rainwater or storm water in Kunene is more aggressive than other regions. Yeah, because it's run from the higher end, from mountain to the low end. And then the pressure is very high. People waiting for the week or 2 weeks. They wait the water to subside in order to cross such a stream. That's why in our recommendations, we recommend whether it's possible the road authority or the Ministry of Works to construct a crossing point where there is a procurement road, even if it's not constructed. Because in a current roads, it's not around. But in Kunene, because it's a rocky area, maybe on the other one, but where there's a stream of water, need to be constructed a certain thing, which is crossing point, so that the people can access to close such a stream during the rain season. All regions still need roads to connect schools, clinics, those in a deep rural area. Tanga, whatever, people are there during the rain, is impossible. Access to the area where they can get services, either hospital, either other services. It's a little bit difficult. And then the recommendation of our committee, honorable members, I think maybe the ministry is going to take it serious and so on. Honorable Chaveyonja indicated that even with table report here, it's not reach the regions. It's not reach the local authority and the others. Yes, it is true. It's true. Because on the other regions, when we visited the first time, when we visited the second time, always they ask us, where is the report that you compiled? Because you told us that we are going to compile a report and reach us, but until today we are not, there is nothing. Maybe National Council need to improve on the flow of report or the information of the report to the region and to the other stakeholders, so that all of them they have the same information. So with that, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe most of the questions were answered. I now give the floor to Honorable Ngunaye to make a conclusive statement.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Thank you for your valuable contribution and additional that you have added to our report. It is true, Namibia is ranked number 1 in terms of good road in Africa. And I can testify because I have visited certain country in Southern Africa, and I could prove that our roads are better than those one. In urban setup, you could see that we are doing very, very well as a country. But in terms of rural roads, Namibian government, in terms of rural roads, there we need a serious improvement. Because I can give one example. When we have visited Omboto and Totoma, that place, the resident, they were saying, from here, from this village to the main road, it's about 50 kilos. But the fee that they have to pay for transport, you won't believe it. Like Omboto to the main road, even they were telling us that at a time we have to sell our cattle in order for us to reach hospital. We pay more than 3,000 because we are not paying for transport. We are paying to convince this person to take us to hospital against his will. Therefore, he can ask any price that he want me to pay in order to assist me. And that one only because of that road. Not because of the distance, but because of the road. And even one of the community members was told us, no, we gave a piece of land to Honorable Benson please tell him to come, because that day when he visited that place, he was exhausted like nobody business. Therefore, now they were teasing him, come and stay here. Now, Honorable Benson, I told him, no, the piece of land there is waiting for you. He said, over my dead body. I will never go back that side. Because he have seen the struggle, how our rural people are struggling to reach the needed service. Therefore, I think that the government must put more effort on rural roads so that these people they can be assisted on time, because the road that's supposed to take these people to the needed service now has become dangerous to their lives, and that is uncalled for. So with this remark, I thank you very much, and request for the House to adopt our report.
Thank you so much. I now put a question that the report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to? Thank you so much. The report stand adopted. Honorable members, the time is running very fast, but we still have got 2 items to look at. Please, I'm asking for your indulgence if we can hurry up, because now we are getting closer to a different time. With that said, I now ask the Secretary to read the 8th order of the day.
Reports, introduction and motivation of a report. Report of the National Council Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Economy on the review of the reports of the Auditor General from the 14th to the 25th of October 2024 and from the 12th July to the 3rd of August 2025.
Does Honorable Kabongominya move the report? Thank you so much. Any secondment? Any objection? See none, agreed to. Honorable Kabongominya, you may now table the report.
Yeah.
Honorable Kabongominya, you may now motivate the report.
Yes. So thank you very much, my honorable chair. I will just ask for the indulgence of the House. It's 200 pages. So I will see how many pages I will do. Thank you very much. The composition of the committee members is Peter Kadongomiya, the chairperson, Honorable Leonard Chikulo, the vice chairperson, Honorable George Karab is also a member, Honorable President Ignatius Kops, Honorable Lonia Jinana Kaishungu, Honorable Harold Gambrude in absentia, and Honorable Abner Shikongo is also a committee member. Our staff is Ms. Amalia Katangolo, ITA committee clerk, Ms. Helena Subasubani, also a committee clerk, and then we have Miriam Undewa Karonge, we have Agus Matupi, legal officer, and then Emmanuel Cooper, our deputy director of information and research. And then we have the office, the staff of the Auditor General, and they have also accompanied us during the report of doing our trip. Then we have Edison Gwase, director. He's also a deputy director in the office of the Auditor General. Honorable Chairperson, I rise to present the motivation for the reports of the Public Accounts and Economy Committee on its public hearings and stakeholder engagement, which took place from the 14th to the 25th October 2024 and then 12th July to the 3rd of August 2025 in the following regions: the Taras region, Kunene, Oshana, Kavango West, Omusati, Osholonjupa, Zambezi, Ohangwena, and Kavango East regions. Before I proceed, I would like to thank the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development and the Ministry of Finance for attending the stakeholders' engagements. The committee further thanks the Office of the Auditor General for designating its knowledgeable and expert staff to assist the committee on matters related to financial statements throughout its visit. In addition, the committee thanks the accounting officers and councillors of various local authorities and regional councils for making time to appear before the committee during the public hearings and attend the stakeholders' engagement. The public hearings and engagement supported the local authorities and regional councils in understanding how to prepare annual financial statements and have demonstrated the valuable work of the National Council Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Economy. In terms of Article 74, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution of Namibia, the Act of 1990, the National Council has the power to investigate and report to the National Assembly on any subordinate legislation reports and documents which under law must be tabled in the National Assembly and which are referred to it by the National Assembly. To exercise the above-mentioned constitutional powers and functions, the National Councils established standing committees. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Economy, referred to herein in terms of Article 74, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, is one of such committees. One of its duties is to examine all reports of the Auditor General on officers, ministries, agencies, when referred to the National Council by the National Assembly to advise. The committee reviewed the reports of the Auditor General for Regional Council for the financial year ending 31st March 2019, 2020, and 2021, and for local authorities for the financial year ending 30 June 2019, 2020, and 2021 respectively. The committee considered each report with a disclaimer and adverse audit opinion in depth based on the nature of the concerns raised by the Auditor General. Due to the financial constraints, the committee decided to select and conduct public hearings with some of the accounting officers of various regional, municipal, town, and village councils that receive disclaimer or adverse audit opinions. The committee formulated questions based on the audit opinion in the reports of the Auditor General for each local authority and regional council. The public hearing and stakeholder engagement were conducted to collect evidence as contained in the committee's Phase 1 and Phase 2 reports. In addition, the committee decided to conduct stakeholder engagement with some of the regional and local authorities after the public hearings, as it has been initially unsuccessful in collecting information and evidence from them. The committee observed and expressed serious concerns about the negative financial status experienced by most local authorities and regional councils during consecutive years of auditing as follows. Number one, non-compliance with the key governance laws such as Section 40, subsection 1 and Section 40, subsection 3 of the Regional Councils Act of 1992, Act number 22 of 1992, and Section 87 of the Local Authorities Act of 1992, Act number 23 of 1992. Non-submission and failure to table annual reports of the Auditor General before Council, the recommendation in the management letter from the Auditor General are not discussed as per Section 87, subsection 3
of the Local Authorities Act of 1992, and then Section 40, subsection 1, and Section 40, subsection 3 of the Regional Councils Act of 1992, as amended furthermore. There is often a delay in tabling these annual reports and discussing the management letter recommendations for many consecutive years. Number 3, key officials such as accounting officers, financial managers, and finance staff lack appropriate knowledge and understanding, skills, and competencies in financial reporting. Recommendation number 4, or finding number 4, over-reliance on consultants, which continuously result in councils receiving the same disclaimer and adverse audit opinions every year, yet local authorities and regional councils continue to use these consultants. Finding number 5, this over-reliance on consultants disadvantages key officials in the finance department, human resources, and other departments from acquiring the necessary skills, knowledge, and competencies to prepare annual financial statements. Number 6, there are no proper records kept for supporting documents such as invoices, procurement documents, leave dates, asset registers, fixed asset registers, and records of debt collection. Finding number 7, the committee observed that the auditors were unable to establish the accuracy, validity, physical existence, and condition of properties and plans of some local authorities and regional councils. Some local authorities and regional councils do not even have a list of inventory, which have led to items such as heaven or land being sold without being accounted for as required by IPSAS 12, paragraph 10. Management letters are not tabled before special council meetings by the accounting officer as required by law, and there is often a delay in tabling these letters for many consecutive years. During the review, the committee found that some local authorities and regional councils received unqualified or qualified audit opinions because they complied with the submissions of supporting documents, even though their liabilities surpasses their assets. However, in the future, the Public Account and Economy Committee must also review the reports or to determine whether an institution is solvent or insolvent in terms of paying its debts. Because some councils, when you come to their liabilities and assets, their liabilities are exceeding their assets. And then, whenever they are collecting, it's just collecting that as long as they are paying their salaries and so on. But when it comes to whatever, in reality, these municipalities or local authorities or whatever is insolvent. They doesn't have real money. They are just operating from the hand to the mouth. Most local authorities and regional councils have liabilities exceeding assets, meaning the institutions are insolvent and unable to pay their debts. The total value of their obligations is greater than total value of what they owe. Then number 12, despite all what we have done, in conclusion, despite all good work performed by the National Council's Public Accounts and Economy Committee during its review and public hearing, it is regrettable to note that the National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Economy informed us during the engagement held on 24 September 2025 that the Assembly will terminate the referral of Auditor General's reports to the National Council as per the provision of the Namibian Constitution in terms of Article 74, Sub-Article 1. Unfortunately, the 7th National Council will no longer continue to the institutional memory of holding government officers and agencies accountable through the review of Auditor General reports. I thank you.
Thank you so much for a very short summary that has summarized the 200 and I did not check the page. Oh.
260.
260 pages document. So it's a very big and thick document, but well summarized. Honorable members, any further discussion? Let's see, Honorable Abraham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. First, I use the opportunity to thank Honorable
Excuse me, Honorable.
Sorry,
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. You may now continue.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Honorable Kadango for such tabling critical reports when about the numbers and whatever. To us who is not a mathematician, it's a serious challenge. Then my concern, Honorable Chairperson, is in all our regional council, there is those called finance advisor, a deputy director and directorate of administration and finance. On the local authority, they called managers of finance in a local authority. I think they are the custodians of either regional councils or either local authority finance. But you found out some regions, they have those finance advisor capable to produce annually finance report themselves. And the other regional council and the local authority, they are still source private consultant to compile such a report. The government or either the local authority still use money to pay again somebody to produce a report. Why? All those, whether it's a deputy director or whether a manager of finance employed by the regional council or by the local authority, according to their qualification, the same qualification, that they are qualified to be either a deputy director of finance or either a manager of finance, but they are not to produce the annual report. Government is still spend money, local authority is still spend money for somebody from somewhere to come and produce. Sometimes also it's not correct thing. It's not correct things. And I don't know whether it's a qualified or not qualified, which is not correct. Is that, yeah. So it's going to either a local authority or regional council. Again, whether with qualified or I don't know whether it's qualified. Why they are paid the money already? Yeah. Why maybe our government, including the local authority, not send those people to train, and they trained until they know how to produce their own financial report, so that we cannot waste money anymore. With that, Honorable Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Chabionja, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Before we use the word today, maybe what I also wanted to contribute is just that this is one committee that we always respect, because you cannot run institutions with money without administering this money in a proper way. I know it's a very technical committee because of the good words that you are using: unqualified, qualified, disclaimer, adverse, and all the other words that you are using as a committee. Somehow it then bring the element of fear to some of us. But also one went to the extent of understanding that it doesn't mean necessarily when you have a qualified or a disclaimer, you are really doing bad. Sometimes it's just here and there things that need to be corrected. But of strength. And I think when we started, we had one issue here that, as my honorable has just said, that you will find that people who are financial managers at the municipality, they have been called SE. And then with us deputy directors, and then the challenge that we were raising, and that was one point that was coming forth, is that these are the people that end up running this institution. While in those positions, they happen not to do well when it comes to the administration or reporting of their audit report in that specific institution. But when it comes to interviews, and I think that was an issue when we started. In most cases, maybe because of the financial background, they end up becoming the CEO or the CRO, while we know that you had a challenge with them. But really, why I stood up is just that I think this committee is doing wonders. It's a committee that needs, I don't know whether you call it a privilege, going forward. But seriously, when we're hustling, trying to see who should get what, we came to realize that your work as a committee, it really demands much. It's really a marathon exercise. Maybe if some of us happen to be here moving forward, the understanding is that it's a committee that we need to give a special treatment moving forward, because really we are seeing what you have been doing. And we also know that sometimes when you go to regions, it's like people feel like you are going to prosecute them. That I remember in some instance where managers were prepared to fight some of your members. Maybe it's not this committee. Physically, imagine having a somebody like Honorable Kambrute in a committee of this, and then you are engaging these people. Now you want to ask them about money that they normally, as I have used the words that you are using. The other managers, when they hear all these words, nice words, then they wonder, up to here it's enough. But really, Honorable Chair, mine is just that I'm just trying to see the concurrent or the support of this House that moving forward, we need to really give this committee the necessary attention, because it's a very important committee among the many committees. And I'm not undermining the other committees, but I'm just saying the workload sometimes of this committee is just too much, especially when it comes to the allocation. So I submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, for the time that I have also to make my input during this report under review, and it is very short. It prompted me to say something. Being a councillor coming from local authority where I started to become a councillor of the region, and I have to finish with the National Council. Honorable members, first I want to thank the committee, which is so heavy and uploaded with many functions, although it is one function. There's a lot of functions in one. I have seen their work. One time I attended their meeting when I was invited as the chairperson of the committee of the ICC. It was very hard. What I want to say here is, we want to talk, we want to implement. The thing is, it have come clear that as Namibians, if we want to perform, we have just to take everything serious, and we have to have that heart of serving our people. The needy services is in the local authority when we talk about the population of people who is vulnerability, And even when you say, look at the towns, most of the population is people in a vulnerable situations. Therefore, it is proper, whether the auditors report are going or not, we have to make sure that whatever it will replace, in a sense that the Auditor General's office will not anymore send reports to the National Council, doesn't make sense with what they are replacing. People have just to be serious about changing lives of people through these reports of auditing. Local authority is a different institution. It is a very special institution where you cannot even compare it with every institution. Whenever you enter the local authority, you must have a mind of business. You like it or not. Because that you talk about an empty or a zero budget, where you yourself as members of the local authorities, councillors, management, and staff, you make sure that at least you collect that funds from your own sources. And these sources, what we are saying, Honorable Chairperson, it is land. When local authority doesn't have land, services land to sell, that local authority will not grow. If it doesn't have electricity to sell, that local authority will be poor. You go in their management offices. Rate and taxes is the very important resources of the local authority. Now, if that local authority doesn't have a very qualified map of rate and taxes, even not a number of houses they have in their own town, how are that local authority going to operate? I think it is very special time and moment for local authorities to change. So rate and taxes, you go to some local authority, you ask, where is your rate and taxes? Even how do you collect your rate and taxes? Which locations did you approve so that you get rate and taxes? Some of the town council will not say even a single town, which is a very serious something we have to look at. Water, selling of water is a resources to be done through local authority. I think this, when you were going to local authorities, sometimes these are the areas which is putting local authority in a problem. When you go and do your auditing, sometimes it is not quality. Because they will use somehow in that budget, they will use maybe money which was saved for land to be diverted to use it for salary. And this is something which is not good at all. So local authority, what I said is, we have to bear in mind this is a very special moment, department or something we have to look at coming from that area. The Auditor General's office, I'm just saying, I heard in this report that they are no more going to send us their reports to be done by National Council. I have to say this, whether this is a good decision by AG's office or bad one, but I want to say a good thing what I saw when it was handled by National Council. I know that yes, you were given the report to be considered. It's a backdated one. Even one you don't have time to sit and see how can you do better to help the town councils. But with the National Council, I have to applaud Honorable Chairperson. What we have done so far and our reports, one could not think to get away with the National Council. But it is someone's office. What I'm saying is just to thank on behalf of the committee that what you were doing all these 5 years, it was a commendable work. Thank you for that. And at last, I just want also to recommend that the AG's office may be to improve when it comes to staffing. I don't know whether it is a shortage of staff, but maybe a good research must be done because our local authorities, regional councils, their reports are very much outdated. We are trying, but we are not coming to the end. Maybe there is a problem. With that, Honorable Chairperson, that was my input, just to say thank you, that the committee, this is someone to have a big brain. To be in an audit committee, you must have a big brain. But thank you for what you did to the National Council. You put us on a higher map. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I now ask Honorable Kadongo Menya to reply.
My Honorable Chair, my honorable members can assist in replying, please.
Honorable Garab, am I seeing your name? Your hand. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Going forward, for those who will serve in the next term in this committee, I fully agree that it must be adequately looked after, because as we are standing here, we are still not done with the actual job that it was supposed to be done. So huge is the responsibility in this committee. But all over we went, we realized that there is a communication gap between the administrators and the councillors. I don't know whether it is deliberate, because there are provisions that these letters, when it arrives to the local authority of the regional councils, needs to be tabled, and a special council resolution needs to be taken. And that is the only way that councillors can get aware of what is happening in their respective councils. But this information is withheld from the councillors. Now, through our deliberations, we used to invite the councillors, even though they are not allowed to participate, to come and listen through our deliberations. And we picked up that the councillors are, in most instances, 50 to 60% not aware of what is happening in their respective own councils. Now, this scenario needs to change. It can only happen if, for example, legislatively, we can look into to give teeth to the Office of the Auditor General. Even though there is audit reports, audit opinions, the administrators in the respective councils, whether regional and local authority, knows nothing is going to happen to them. And then they deliberately did not act the way they are supposed to. Let me elaborate more in that. Most of the local authorities, their financial statements are done by consultants. And wherever we come with our deliberations, we advise the regional councils and local authorities to do away with these consultants. Sometimes you'll realize in the finance department, these officials are well educated.
but don't have no idea how to draw up a financial statement. And when the Auditor General undertook an audit to a specific local authority or to a regional council, when they exit, if the local authority just listened to the directive in the exit letter, they will definitely achieve unqualified audit opinion. Now, if you receive adverse disclaimer, it means the financial statements, your finances cannot be reached. We cannot understand what you are trying to say. So you don't have no understanding of what your finances is all about. Even if you are receiving qualified audit opinion, you are not doing good. So the moment you receive qualified or unqualified audit opinion, that means that you are doing great. Now, financial statements all over, you will realize that when we went through Namibia, we realized that we are still dealing with audit reports of 2021. In some cases, 2019, for that matter. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Now, we are already concluding 2025. And the audited financial statements we're dealing with was 2021. If we are lucky, 2022. So it shows that there must be an emphasis that the Auditor General's office been strengthened. That those culprits who become audited get a clear audit opinion, but just ignoring can be dealt with. There is supposed to be checks and balances. Only then we can improve with our finances at that level. Now, some local authorities cannot even go to the bank to apply for a loan. So serious is this matter. Because if you are sitting with a backlog of 2021 financial statement, you cannot even convince your bank to give you a loan that you can even buy maybe the equipment you need to improve in your institution. Now, the situation is so serious. Now, the Auditor General's office is saying, exempt the audit fees, they exempt it, and they are advising the local authorities and the regional councils to use that fees, money, to build capacity. Train your people that you have in your regional councils and local authorities. And our regional council is not the exception also. So when we visited, to be frankly honest, we became accountants. The first thing we check is what is your opening balance, what is your closing balance. And then we can see precisely you are not doing great. And all these comments that has been given here is really, really true reflection of what is on the ground. Now, if the auditor gives his opinion, the accounting officers, without any delay, needs to table that letter immediately for council to take notice. And Honorable Chairperson, throughout our experience, we realize sometimes we visited some towns, some local authorities 3 years back. And when we come back in this 2024-25 financial year, we realize that the letter has not been tabled yet. So the local authority councillors and regional councillors have no idea where they are standing. So, legislatively, we need to look into seriously that some amendments must come through, that the Auditor General's office can get teeth, that checks and balances seriously can be the order of the day. With these few contributions, I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now return the floor to Honorable Kadongo Menya, and I'm just doing this because of time.
I think my honorable Darab has said it all. Because of time also, also in respect of my chairperson, I just ask the volunteers of this house to adopt and approve the report, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. I now put a question that the report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. Thank you so much and congratulations. It has been. Honorable members, the secretary will read the the ninth and the last order of the day.
Reports, introduction and motivation of a report. Report of the National Council Standing Committee on Health, Social Welfare and Labour Affairs on the verification visit to health facilities to 13 regions, excluding the Thomas region, from the 2nd to the 21st of August 2025 and from the 15th to the 22nd of September 2025 and the 5th to the 17th of October 2025.
Thank you so much. Maybe before we go ahead, I would like to humbly request members to just hold on. Like I said, this is the last item on the agenda for today. Otherwise, if we keep on moving out, we may still not meet the required number for this house. Having said that, I now ask if Honorable Nambodi is ready to move the report.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Any second? Any objection? I see none. Agreed to. Honorable Nambodi, you may now table the report. As you are advancing to your seat, you may go ahead, Honorable Nambodi, to motivate the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. I rise to motivate the report on National Council Standing Committee on Health, Social Welfare and Labour Affairs on its verification visits to health facility to 13 regions, schools of the Commerce region, from 2nd to the 21st August 2025 and 15th to 22 September 2025 and on the 5th to 17th October 2025. During the financial years starting from 2021 to 2024, the committee conducted oversight visits countrywide to, number one, assess the quality and the state of the health facility infrastructures. Number two, transport such as ambulance and other utility vehicles. Number three, human resources. Number four, attitude and the conduct of health professionals. And then number five, availability of medical equipment and medication. As part of committee's annual activity plan for the current financial year, the committee resolved to undertake a verification visit to assess progress made by the Ministry of Health and Social Services. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, these visits have shed light on both engagements, progress, and persist challenges within our health sectors. Our findings revealed that most public health facilities remain overcrowded, unresponsive to the growth population, and are in poor physical condition, primarily due to the aging and lack of maintenance. Honorable Chairperson, there are positive signs such as new health facilities that are under construction and previously halted projects that are back on track, with completion expected by the end of the year. Of note to mention, a state-of-art health center has been constructed at Ausenka and is near completion. Onamafira and the Ompunja Clinic are completed but remain unoccupied to the minor but critical issues such as pending electrical connections, lack of furniture, and absence of medical equipment. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, equal concern are the transport challenges. Many ambulances and the patients' vehicles are old, unreliable, or not equipped to save lives in emergency. The committee commends and appreciates effort by the Ministry of Health and Social Services for acquiring and distributing ambulances to some health facilities. However, the lack of transport remains a big challenge. And ESO was the absolute vehicles are still parked around the health facilities. During the oversight, it was stressed that the staff establishment was outdated and unresponsive to the growth population. During the verification, this to the committee learned that staff establishment was revised and approved, and the much needed positions were now included in the approval staff establishment. While the revised structure was commended and appreciated, it was urged that it does not solve the shortage of staff as there is no budget to recruit more staff. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the committee also observed several shortages of essential medical equipment from spark machines to deliver beds and worrying lack of qualified technicians to maintain what we have. Our dedicated health professionals continue to serve under difficult and demotivated conditions, from absence of uniforms and accommodation to prolonged recruitment process and staff shortage that compromise service deliveries. At a particular hospital, a committee observed health professionally wearing uniform made out of old hospital linen as a temporary measure. Despite this challenge, the committee witnesses the unwavering commitment of health professionals across all regions. Their resilience inspires us to act decisively. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, it is unfortunate to note that given the rising suicide rates and increased mental health challenge in our country, we must acknowledge that more needed to be done. Currently, the institution capable for providing care for psychiatric patients are located in Windhoek and Oshakati. Sadly, other regions lack adequate facilities, including proper holding rooms to accommodate and care for psychiatric patients. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, the health of our nation cannot wait. Let us act with agency and the unit to ensure that every citizen have access to quality and dignified health care regardless of where they live. Thus, the committee recommends to the Ministry of Health and Social Services to A, partner up with the relevant stakeholder, include vocational training centers to renovate, expand, and maintain aging infrastructures. Conduct a medical equipment audit that will enable the Ministry of Health and Social Services to establish the status of various machineries and health facility, ensuring that distribution thereof is guided by the needs. C, through the Ministry of Works and Transport, dispose of all obsolete vehicles that are stationed at health facilities and consider acquiring new vehicles with the generated revenue. D, Ministry of Health and Social Services should prioritize the appointment of qualified artisans at health facilities to do plumbing, electrical, and mechanical repair. Just to mention a few. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, the health of our people is founded on our nation's strength. Let this report inspire us to act decisively, collaboratively, and with urgency for the well-being of every citizen in every corner of this beautiful country. I therefore humbly move, Honorable Chairperson, that this report be adopted and its recommendation endorsed for implementation. I so submit and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that motivation. Any discussion? Seeing none. Honorable Gadongo Minya.
Honorable Chair, because of time, I don't know whether I will have that right to really ask the indulgence of this House for us to do discussions on this report first thing tomorrow before we continue with our schedule for tomorrow. Because there are a lot of things that we need a clarity on, but we cannot do it because of time. Thank you very much. I just ask if that is possible. Thank you very much.
Any support? Okay, it is not supported. It was a request. I now ask Honorable Nambodi to thank members for the support.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for support and that your support lead our report to be adopted. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I now put a question that the report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. The report stand adopted. Honorable members, I know that we are very, very tired. We assembled here 9 o'clock in the morning, and up to this time we are still here. However, I would like to humbly request you that immediately after these proceedings, if we can all go to G4 for only 5 minutes, and it's going to be for a very important sharing of information, and then we'll depart from there. Honorable members, that was the order of the day. It is in accordance with Rule 30, Sub-Rule 1 of the National Council Standing Rules and Order that I adjourned this House without a question being put. The House therefore stand adjourned until tomorrow, the 6th of November 2025 at 9:30 sharp. So decided.